Secrets of perspective. Ooh. Secrets of perspective right now. Yeah. Okay. So here, behold, secret symbol of perspective. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Так. Okay, let's. Da 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 da. Oh, here. And then we go here. So it's gonna erase expense. Okay. Так. So here we have these points. And here it's go like this. Ooh. Secrets of perspective. Alright, it's now here. Whoa. Okay. Okay, even like this is skewed. Skewed symbol, but still works. One more time. Repetition, it's mother of skill. So draw, repeat many times. And you wonder, what is that? What is this? It's a madness. It's a madness, right? So here we have this one. Go here. Try. In reality, it's not like a circle here. Kind of like we just need it to be like curve goes this way. And its shape is so complex, you know, like it's almost like for us as artists to calculate it precisely, it's not worth it. So you can look at as circle, kind of like a circle go here, circle go here, like we have 4 rings, right? So here going this through this point. But in reality, it's not perfect circle. It's like compressed, like a skewed circle. So, and what is this? Like, what do you look at? So this is kind of pattern, which is in the core of every fisheye wide angle perspective you will ever draw. And later I will demonstrate you like how it works. So like you need to memorize its structure, just like a symbol, like hieroglyph, So some kind of like typical hieroglyph, you need to have like very clear memory so you can recall its structure in any moment. So, and here let me describe you what is all about. So in a perspective, we have this y z and x-axis, right? So 3 dimensions, 3D. So then you learn like this uh, basic perspective types, like 1-point perspective, 2-point perspective. When we start to have, let's say, we start to use this kind of picture finder, like from camera, or is like your frame of vision, kind of, right? So so we start to get like point of view, and this point of view, because it's a limited perception, like visual perception, it start to have this horizon line, which is like abstract thing. It's just because it's your limitations of your visual perceptions. So this horizon line is kind of just shows like farther point of your perception, and is like everything diminishes towards this. So and like we have this it should be the, so we have perspective when some axis might have vanishing point on this horizon line. So like z, for example, in 1-point perspective, or z and x in a 2-point perspective. And then we start to have, like when we go more advanced level perspective, we talk about curvilinear perspective. So curvilinear perspective where it's just like 1, 2, and 3-point perspective, but axis will be like bent, will be curved. So what's this? And they curved basically because we just start to take a wider field of view, which is like even like supernatural. Like we don't see so much detail with such huge cone of vision, like 180. So it's like if I take this wide kind of wide angle view, we even might have, like if you like look up with this wide angle, we will have curved horizon line. So, and here, like we will have the Z vanishing point, for example. Let's go like this. Z axis and X axis. For example, we'll go like this. And Y axis will go like this. And then I was talking like, hey, What is the structure behind this kind of perspective, which is actually is also behind every kind of curvilinear perspective? There is like a big structure, which is just basically like we take like more simple and yeah, just kind of more simple version of it, or like particle kind of it when we draw just more simplified curvilinear or even like linear perspective. And the structure here is this like 5-point perspective. So it's front side of your visual perception sphere. So it's like when we have this visual perception sphere, it's like a camera, for example. So, and this like 180 in it vertically, like you can see, and the left to right 180 degree, right? So it's like front part of a visual perception sphere on a paper on a flat surface. It will look like this circle with 5 vanishing points: z, 2 y vanishing points, and 2 x vanishing points. When this y-axis will be this kind of curved lines, x-axis will be this kind of curved lines. When this y-axis going through a direction of a camera through this point, which is also z vanishing point, it's just straight line here for y-axis and a straight line for x-axis. They together intersect this z vanishing point. And the vanishing point is like 1-point perspective, is just radiating convergent straight lines in a 5-point perspective, right? And then what is interesting, like when we want to take little more vision, like beyond this 180 degree, so it's like we start to take this field of view going further than front sphere, even can go total, like take all this 360 view, 660 angle, like to see even like from behind this kind of 360 wide angle camera, right? So, and when we start to take more than this 180, so it's like we need now to project not only front part but also a rear part, or at least like part of this real part. So, and how it works. So it works in a way, so we need to see how this y and x axis and z axis, how they will behave when they go in like outside of this vanishing point. So it's like we have this point here, right? So, and when it's go outside, it just start, it's kind of keep bending, expanding like this. Same when it go to left side, it's keep expanding like this. Start to look like a magnet field, you know, like a waves in a magnet. So same with this. Just continue like this. And I'm going below. Wait. Oh my god, that's why I'm talking. So it's here, it's inside, like 5-point perspective. And here it's keep expanding like this. So, in what is interesting, yeah, like in the center here we have this from x to x through z. We still have this line keep going like this. And same like with vertical y to y, we have this straight line goes like this for y-axis. So it's just this y-axis within this front half of a sphere. Within it looks like this, like 5-point perspective, whereas maximum is this half of circle curve, and then it goes like this. Until it became straight line here. And same here. It's just and straight line here. Same with x here from point to point. It's like this. And then it's going outside. And we have this pattern, how this curvature eventually get into straight line here. And then it's curve like opposite direction. Like this, you see. So, and when it's like we're talking about like a straight the front view, z of vanishing point will be like this, just straight lines, like in a 5-point perspective. Just go this way. But once we start to like make it like a tilted camera, like down or up or left or right, it's not only like we're rotating objects inside this, or we can like frame, we can, like frame our picture like more to right side or more to left side. So it's also kind of make it like we're looking from left or we're looking from right, just by frame. But also there is this way to make perspective grid itself to be kind of like angular. And in this case, the axis also will start to close, like if there is, we'll have this kind of belt and start to be like this, like a belt. So in this case, we might have like this perspective grid when every axis they're going into this kind of closing belt, and this looks like very groovy magnetic field. Looks like surreal. So here, let's break it down here, what we have. This is just pattern which is help you establish it and just to memorize whole structure to make it clear. Because like this is element of study perspective which is very much overlooked. It's just kind of like a theoretical verbal aspect of it. We can talk about some like sequence of drawing, some kind of like basic principles, but here is also, this like visual symbol kind of like some kind of I mean it's really like a symbol, like you just need to remember is these elements of this symbol, and then what I will demonstrate later, what we do, we just like stretch it and bend it, and like when we have like so many different type of compositions with this insane curvilinear fisheye perspective, it will be just this pattern, like stretch and bend around, just became like groovy wild, but every time it's the same elements, same vanishing points, same like connection of these curved forms. So it's like we have kind of, you see this um, middle kind of lines, middle axis, and we see how these curves intersect in a middle kind of, so all this correlation, all this connection between these parts, you need to memorize, and you can do it very fast just by drawing this uh, kind of symbol of this axis. Так, Alex Rodriguez. Yeah, hello, Alex. Yeah. So this is just for you some extra material, like we're um, sometimes we just have crazy wonder. One's like, oh, I want to really understand, like, what is that? Like, why, what all these curves? Why, how this crazy perspective works in this crazy wide angle fisheye photographs or illustrations. So I want this channel to be celebration of curiosity. People ask me like like I have a recently question, like people ask me like how do you learn this stuff? Like how do you know this stuff, right? Just in general, it's just you need to have this curiosity. It's like it's also a form of passion, which make us to be creative, to be artists. You not only draw because you just like, oh, it's entertaining. No, sometimes it's very hard. Sometimes it's very challenging. And when you have this like eager and spark, it's just like, I want to really know it. It's like you feel like a scientist or adventurer. It's like it's some kind of unknown land, unknown uh, dimension, and you can open it. You can like make your world bigger. You can um, enlarge your world view, like make your world much more bigger, much more sophisticated. Like um, kind of diamond with all this in endless edges and the sparkles and the reflections. I think it's amazing. It just make everything more and more interesting. So here, let's just break down, like I show you at the beginning, like how to draw this symbol, and then I'll just give you explanation what is all elements here. So these two circles, it's y-axis. Так, this two circles, it's x-axis. Так, and this is the so this should be not, like, oh, it's so boring, it's so hard, I need to study this. No, it should be like you really want to figure it out. It's like a puzzle. It's like a kind of, like a riddle in a computer game or something. Like when it's like Indiana Jones or this guy who's called from Uncharted. You're very close to this hidden treasure, but you need to figure out this riddle. And so this treasure, it's a new skill. This treasure you can discover is your new ability, new technique. And you will get this technique once you solve these riddles, like learn new principles. Так. So, and here, in this perspective, so in this version, this will be a horizon line. This horizon line. So like you see before, already I show you. So this is y axis go like this. So you can just draw intermediate, all these intermediate curves to build like detailed perspective grid. Based on the structure, you can make now like detailed to any level perspective grid. So have this one. And yes. And this, what is a miraculous kind of aspect of drawing, of artist profession, kind of artist artistry, let's say, right? Is this thing, it's like you will never learn it completely. So forget this idea to finally learn all perspective. No, it's not about that. You will always find something new. You will always find like you can improve something with your perspective. There is, because there is foundations, there is essentials, but there is like um endless way how you can implement all this stuff. Endless um kind of, I don't know, like you can just can keep make it more and more um nuanced, and it's kind of fun. It should be fun. So what you at first stage, yeah, maybe you get through this feeling like it's a very hard and unknown subject. Yeah, it's kind of, maybe we can call it like beginner stage, this first level. Then it's like all this basic thing became for you obvious and self-evident. It start to be like you always knew it. Like, huh? Not everybody knows this. Like for me, it's hard now sometimes to see like how beginners confuse with some very basic aspects of perspective. So because this will happen with you too. It's like, you know, this kind of threshold. Like before, in the beginning, it feels like absolutely crazy and hard to understand. But once you cross this threshold, it feels like you always knew it. Same with anatomy, with composition, and with all kind of creative aspects. So you just need to do all this work. You need to make all this effort and dedication, kind of, which will make you get through. Kind of like, imagine like your rocket want to go to space, right? So you need a lot of energy for your engine. You need a strong engine, all this power to get like uh, to get through all this gravity and atmosphere, you know, and then you're just there. Now it's like your new territory. Now you kind of on a new level, kind. So in that sense, you can learn perspective, but it's like kind of layered thing, because then on a new level, you just become constantly curious. You will just want to learn more and more and more details. It just will become like a fun, just fun, like, oh, I like it. So here we have this horizon line, like in a 5 point perspective, right? But it also can be horizon line here. So that's why I say it's very universal, because it's like kind of all perspective. I don't know, like have this pattern. It's just sometimes it's skewed, like bent and stuff like this. So when we have a horizon line like this, then this will be y-axis vertical line. So it's like a straight up view or straight down view, so-called overhead, right? So it's like when camera look totally up 90 angle. So, and here in the center will be a y-axis. It can be, if we look up, it will be zenith. If it's down, then it's a nadir. And so this will be this y-axis now, not z. So we have totally different view, like totally different camera angle, but same structure. So this is y, and so here it can be, these two circles can be x or can be z. So you can switch them. So let's do this x. So this, let's be z. So look at this. So here you see z was straight lines because it's like front view. Then here z can go like this. And instead of z, we have vanishing point for in the center for y. And again, just give you example. So x, z, and y. Now I'll show you some examples. But first,
Madness. This is Keyboard Art.
Whether you're
okay. So also talking about what, how can you learn, right? How can you learn perspective? Practice or like study references, break down references. So here, for example, I was just like type in YouTube, so like some fisheye 360 camera angles, wide camera angles, all this stuff. So there's some photographs, and I find this video, dude, Bangkok, Chinatown, walking with 360 camera. So there is just dude walking with this 360 view camera, and he moves it around, you know, so we have like all these wild distortions. You see like how many screenshots I did. So because this is like direct reference. Like here I can check my theory, I can check my ideas about how perspective grids is works. Like, am I properly understand this mechanic of fisheye perspective, right? So I make hypothesis, and now I can test, I can check this hypothesis. So, and let's see here an example of this photographs or screenshot, how this applies this pattern to a course. So here, let's say I draw on the right side. We have, you see, we have horizon line like this circle. Then we have y vanishing point in the center. So if like static version of this grid will be like this. Draw here on the side. So here x vanishing points. And z vanishing points. Now let's find this elements on the reference. So what we do? We look direction of this vertical y-axis. So it's here will be vanishing point. Так. Then find x. Так, x. So here's like x vanishing point. Let's follow this curvature. So you see, and here happens this what I say when it's like kind of, it can be bent. So here instead of straight, it's a little curved. So this central line kind of is curved. Like this line here, not straight, just kind of whole pattern is little bent, distorted. So we can like see how it's here, go kind of this direction. Let's go kind of this direction. See? But still we have this transition here, like I was talking before. So we have this line keep going here, and then we see how this curve transition to this line and then go opposite way. You see? So here, if this we continue, it just kind of goes forever. And then we see how from this vanishing point, this curvature goes like this. And here it go like this, like this, like this. Then it became kind of this line. And then it start to bend there to this way. And let's see Z axis. And again, we see, because we know now when we see this x, we see y vanishing point. So it's already like 3 vanishing points on a present here. So now we can predict, say, okay, so z vanishing point should be somewhere here. So because it's grid distorted, so it might be a little tricky. So you need to discover, make like a little detective work, discover horizon line. So let's say kind of somewhere here. So this horizon line, it will be like h of this camera. So he obviously have this camera above him, right? So because we see from top of him, so something like about 2 meter high maybe, because this guy looks pretty tall, and then his camera is above him, so kind of about 2 meter. And if you look on this street, I try to look where is his h. Yeah, something about here. So this horizon line about here, and then, like I say, let's see z-axis. We can probably look for this also. Let's see. We'll have direction of this one. Probably it's pointing to z. Da-da-da. Okay. To be somewhere here. Z. So here, like within horizon line, is just like distorted, like a bent 5-point perspective. Here, let's do like this. this. So, and you see, again, it's like I show you example how it's kind of happens this learning process, because like you learn principles, you learn structure, and you learn application, like actual practical application of this structure of these principles. So let's say here number one, number two. So here I see like exact like situation scene when this structure is applied, and I can use this in my work. So I can kind of steal this perspective grid now and draw it on the paper. I can draw it like even I can draw it like a vertical. Yeah. So let's see. And let's make maybe one more breakdown. Oh, yeah, like here we have with this car. Again, you see the vanishing point. You see how this curves going to this the vanishing point. The axis. So here again we can establish horizon line. So because this the vanishing point is kind of on this horizon line. Then we can find y vanishing point. Again, it's like it's very easy when we have this architecture around. So at first you can just look for lines, just make sure they're clearly vertical, because sometimes like this lamp is not vertical. It's no guarantee it's vertical. It might be like with some angle. But this one is high probability is vertical. So now you see how they all tapering, suggesting me where is y vanishing point. Because I have a free hand. So yeah, it can be a little off. But yeah, kind of here. Так. Yeah, even this thing here on the road. These are y-axis. And let's see, where is x? Так. For x, we can look for this also clues on architecture. Is no guarantee like this is a perfect like 90 degree. Sometimes building also can be like not a perfect box, you know, can be like with the angular walls. Never know for sure. So just make first some notice these things and try to make this big picture to see. So Probably about here. So this x here, so this one can be about here. Let's see. Hmm. So when we have it like this, then here it will go straight. And here it goes through y vanishing point here. So, and you see, like horizon line, it's also x curvature of x-axis. So here's like horizon line and x-axis merge together. Like also like here and here in front. So between horizon line, we can draw this intermediate grid lines. And then here, like this. So this part little off. I will rather draw it like this. Okay. So here again, it was again this pattern, like y vanishing point. Z vanishing points. And X vanishing points. Yep. Just because we have it's like distorted angle, like distorted version of it. We get like X vanishing points here, Z vanishing points here. Okay, let's see. And y vanishing point here. So it's like y vanishing point nadir. So same element, just distorted. And this kind of thing, you can learn it only from reference. From like, I see again, you see like how this structure works in exact cases, in the actual cases. So we see how this y, instead of going straight like here, right? It goes like this. So it's also like I was still making kind of this belt. And then it goes like this here. So in all other elements, they're doing the same thing. like in a normal pattern, like goes here and goes around. And you have kind of certain freedom to do it distorted, like I do here. Because also with trick with perspective grids, you can adjust accuracy depend on your task. Main quality, it's make sure it's have this diminution towards vanishing points, and it looks gradual. So it should look like naturally gradual. If you maintain this effect, then it's works. It looks like convincingly. This is main quality. So even when it's like distorted, kind of like this, it still might work very well because you draw picture. There is so many elements, and human eye, will never able to track all this kind of geometry to say like, oh, there is slight mistake, no, usually nobody will notice it, but they will notice immediately when you break this general flow. And this kind of thing which you can learn in the process, how to be able like skew or distort these main principles without breaking its kind of, without like major fails. So, and here we'll look what happened with X. So main difference happened with X because like from point to point, we start to have straight line, which is straight line don't go through y-axis, right? Because here in this case, you learn that having like straight line going through y-axis is not main quality of this structure. Main quality is connection of these vanishing points. So it's just main quality is that this axis go from one point to other point. And you need to understand how nature of this curvature, how it will behave. So when we have like this, is actually point of attention, kind of, it's like a camera angle. So here in this frame, he hold camera with this angle, like a 45 angle degree. It's not like if here is the ground. So let's draw it. So if here is ground, so have this dude. He walk with the camera, right? So if he hold camera and the camera like look directly downwards, like 90 degree, right? So we will have this perfect symmetrical grid. But he actually holding this camera with the angle. It's like this, something approximately like 45 degree angle. So in this case, we get this grid when we have this cross not in the center, but between z vanishing point and y vanishing point. You see? So yeah, this kind of like super advanced perspective compared to perspective for beginners. This one not for beginners 100%. You need to be already pretty confident with all these grids because it will not make much sense for you. Yeah, so, and you learn from watching these kind of references, right? So actually, yeah, no, here it's looking here. This is direction. This is reference, kind of 45 front. See, so it's here. This is where is camera look. So when this z and x making kind of cross with the straight axis, it show us direction of a camera. It show us this camera is in with angle, like in this case about 45-degree angle. So, but still, this is this x-axis goes from one point from one x to other x, and then it go whoop like this, whoop, 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 and then goes like whoop beyond horizon line. So this straight line continues here, and we have this curvature, this and this side, this and this side. So at least if you're a very beginner, right, you look at this and just know soon you will see this very clearly. It will be like very easy for you to see this stuff, because like at beginning I was like very confused with many amount of lines. Now it's kind of okay. It's like like a playing guitar or something like this, like basic stuff. At first, at first you struggle with major movements, like how to press this chords, and simultaneously, like you use your left and right hand, and then maybe even you try to sync together simultaneously with moving both your hand. You also need to sync, and you need to recall words. So for me it was mind-blowing. It's just like, what you need to do all this simultaneously. It feels like impossible, like how ever somebody can do like this. But have an example of people who do this, like it's like well-known thing. Like so many people can play guitar and sing songs. So this is just, it's evidence that is perfectly possible. You just need to make more tries. You need to kind of keep doing it and just trust in the process, right? So at least here I show you, like, yeah, in perspective, you will just get to any crazy level and it will become like your new normal thing. It's like, okay, like crazy wide angle, no problem. So just keep watching my YouTube channel, like watch perspective for beginners. I have videos like perspective for beginners. Watch it a couple times. It's really like I've been watching so many tutorials. I've been rewatching. I was reading these books same many times, same stuff again and again. So it's totally fine. Don't feel like you are not smart enough or stuff like this. It's perfectly fine. It requires repetition. It requires a lot of practice. And along the way, you will always forget everything you learn, and you need to relearn it. It's a normal part of a learning process. Learning, forgetting, relearning, and you do it a couple times. Here. Okay, so now let's take this perspective grid from these two pictures. Так. Okay. because I doing video, so I will use my cheat sheet. Sounds weird. Так. So here I just did this breakdown. So let's say B vanishing point here. Z vanishing points. And X vanishing points. Then it's like horizon line. This circle. So this should be a straight line here. So again, it's like from X to X. We have this straight line. So here's camera little leaning this way. And can draw this curvature of this X. Curvature that way. It's all X axis. This X axis. Now here, let's see. This will be our Y axis in this point. So it's go doing this straight line here, and then here Y axis going through this X vanishing point and through this X vanishing point, Y axis. Then we have, okay, this line, and I draw in between. I draw in between here. I can draw some this. Same now we have this, again, this y-axis here and y-axis here. Draw in between and again subdivide. Y-axis here, y-axis here, in between, in between, in between. So we already have y and x axis. This cat screaming. Well, you cat screaming. Right. Good. Так, so, and now here is Z, right? Z vanishing point here, Z vanishing point here. So here this vanishing point go along horizon line, and here along horizon line through X vanishing point, right? So we have this one, and we have this one. Now I draw in between. Here we have this curve and this curve. Now I draw in between. Just like I say, establish this transition. I can subdivide it more. And then like, okay, we have this straight line, which is also merge here, merge with the y axis. So, and just now need to find it outside. So outside what we have? Outside we have this z go like this straight, then it go like this curve, right? So it can be just like continue this curve beyond circle, beyond horizon line like this, from point to point, right? But then as long you don't have any more this vanishing point, you can just drop this like transition from curve to this line. Okay. And again, you see like here, because it's freehand, it might be little wobble, no big deal. Same here, we have this horizon line. It's a horizon line. And then we drop curvature. And now we have this line and this curve. So if I don't have this, right, like I just draw transition like this from this curve to this line here. So here and here can just continue this curvature like this. So we have this look like a magnetic field, you know, it's like blah, 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 blah. It's like ooh, groovy, look at this. Like you still think we're not in a matrix? Is not a matrix here? And let's do right now also second. This one. So I was like, for many years, I was curious about this thing. Like, how can I clearly understand how it works? As I say, like, be curious. It's a great thing. We need this. Don't run away from problems. Don't run away from challenging tasks. Face them. Be brave. So here we have like partial of this construction. We don't see full circle of horizon line. Так, let's see. But here I also have different frame. It's like original is cut here. So let me see. Maybe I can move central part more to the left here. And так, let's do like this. This will be the vanishing point. Here will be camera direction, and here will be like, yeah, let's do here camera direction, here y vanishing point, then I make horizon line. It's like, ooh, like this horizon line. And say x vanishing point here and here. X. So kind of that's it. You see how easy it became. It's just like, because you constantly repeat, kind of reconstruct and same structure. It's the same elements again and again, again and again. It's just little this, little that, little like that, little like that. Same structure. So now when I have this horizon line and 4 vanishing points, it's like I have everything I need. So now I drop this Z. Then here, like I say, we have this curve, we have this stride. So I just make transition. Same, we have this stride, we have this horizon line curve, and I make transition from this curve to this line. First can subdivide like this, then can do like that. So we have this z-axis. Then x. Yeah, here from x to x, it's a straight line. It's not very like 90 degree, but still nobody will notice. It's kind of okay, close enough. So we have this stride and this curve and this stride. So you draw this transition. Then you make curve from x to x through y-axis. and then you continue it like this. Then it became horizon line curve. Then we can, here kind of tricky. Here see like interesting. Here like we double check if I make it right. Like we have this x axis. It's go like that. It's go like that. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, now I see. Yeah, now I see it clearly. Yeah, it's really, it will go like this, like I was explaining. So you see again, like I say it works this way, but then I look reference, I'm not sure it's really working in that manner. Double check, maybe like my whole idea, it's a nonsense. Maybe I'm like became crazy, like sit here drawing all these lines, like make total nonsense. So I check reference, double check my idea, like test my theory, let's say, right? And I see, yeah, really works this way. So this goes straight here. So what we have, again, we have this transition, and we have this transition like that. And yeah, now what we remain, it's y axis. Yeah, so y axis and go like that. Go like that. Так. Yeah, nice. Even me like little lost here in a moment. It's really mind blowing. Hello, Keen. Cool. Yeah, thank you, Keen. Yeah, I wish Jake Parker will come here for mutual stream. That will be cool. Thank you. Так. Yes, so here we now have all these patterns based on this symbol, which is like really like in a, I don't know, it's funny, but it's really like reminds this kind of sacred geometry when we have this circle like in the Audi or Olympic Games, like it's like people love symbols and stuff. So just memorize this construction. So we have circle, which might be like 5-point perspective for this merge of uh, y and x axis, or it can be, this circle can be like horizon line when camera is looking down or looking up here, right? Then this in the middle, what is this? It's like 45 angle points. That's why I say when it's like camera cross is here in the center, it's like it indicates that camera is tilted on the 45 angle. You can also more see it in my tutorial about how to draw fisheye perspective. I talk in there about it. So, and then it's kind of funny. This looks so just like beautiful kind of structure of this thing. It's how this, let's say, let's go through here. We have these 2 points, and we'll have like point somewhere here. So this curvature will make this kind of circle like form. It's not exactly a circle, because it's like a very complex mathematics there, but kind of circle. So, and you can also make it symmetrical, or you can just draw it freehand. No big deal. So let's say this points here like this. So have this kind of mandala or something with a eye in the center looking at you. Say like, look, draw perspective properly. And there's music of so, I'm still here, it's not ending yet. So now we'll draw some stuff inside this grid. And I will not like copy exactly all this stuff from reference. More like in being inspired by this. I like here have bicycle. I like here some dude walking. So let's try to draw some funny stuff in this perspective. So here's kind of street. Then here we have dude walking on the street. Maybe some dudes on the motorcycles. Careful, follow this axis. Mhm. Was так. So here's like we start to get into another interesting trick with this uh, exaggerated extreme perspective is that how fast proportion change. So look, and this also why it's important to study references for a while, because you see, like, imagine like if you make this drawing, right? Look like how unnatural it feels. Even like technically it's correct. Like it's no, it's an actual video, right? So it's not some artist mistake or stuff like that. But this guy look like a giant, and here we have this tiny people, and especially this third person, it's look extremely tiny. It's like, why is so small? So feels like in every way it feels like proportions here is odd. Like if I draw it this way, like here I start already like this guy, already like it feels like he's much bigger than this guy. When actually I make this proportion much bigger than we have these proportions change in the reference. This kind of trick. And like this aspect of drawing process, of creative process we all have, like we all struggle with, is how sometimes in the process stuff feels wrong, and like it feels like critically wrong. It's like, oh my god, my picture's so bad. It's like horrible. Like I don't want to finish it, right? And what I find like so often when you finish work, like I have like hundreds cases like this when I was like want to stop drawing it in the process, but I but like I manage to finish it, like to train myself just to, no matter what, finish your drawing, because it's important to train yourself. Like don't succumb to this kind of weakness, when it's like weak voice inside you say like, no, 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 you cannot be artist, you need to stop drawing, stuff like that. So, and then after some time you look on this work, finish this work, it's like, wait a second, all those mistakes for me seems in the process seems so critical. They're so not important. Yeah, they're here, my work is not perfect, and actually all my work's not perfect. And if you like study closer, like masters, like there's some famous masters, like how they draw, and you look closely at their work, and you find all these mistakes, which as a viewer, you just being so kind of to artists, you don't make it very important. I think like, yeah, little kind of mistake, no big deal, still looks great. But for yourself, you're like, oh my gosh, like every mistake is critical. So in a case with extreme perspective, it just cannot be correct. This kind of trick here, it just can't be correct because you can always find it look wrong. And the only way to convince your like perfectionist brain to convince it like it's correct, its only way to do this is just directly trace this fisheye extreme perspective photo. So then it's like, yeah, all these weird proportions, um, they're right because I have like perfect evidence for all this distortion. But if you want to be like free creative, if you want to just rock and roll with perspective, you just need to acknowledge this fact. You just need to acknowledge. So yeah, when I draw extreme perspective, it can't look right. It just should look. I mean, it cannot be correct, and because by definition, it's always look weird. It's a weird perspective. It's a very surreal, extreme perspective here. And like people perception of it as a properly drawn is very subjective, because like in one mood you can look at it and say like, no, all this is wrong. In another mood you will look at this, say like, wow, it's so distorted, but it's so perfectly measured. This artist, he's a genius, he can measure all this distorted perspective. But no, it's impossible to measure it. You can only make a kind of approximation, and your task is not make it correct. It's just make it convincing and make it cool, just make it interesting, make it awesome. That's it. Так. So let's try and draw here maybe some other motorcycle. Так. Так. Some more people. Some kind of biker lane, small street with this Bosuzoku motorcycle gangs. Mhm. So they have also this like fancy stuff on their motorcycles. That's the big one. Let's make it more cyberpunk. So here you see it's a Z go here. So more you practice, better you can track these access lines, because this can be like very like counter what's the word, counterintuitive. Like your brain like try to draw you, make you draw it in a normal kind of way, when you need to be more make sure you rely on the grid. So here's this. X. So you see this Y for H, X for this direction of this building, and the as it goes here, this direction, and again Y, and maybe Y here. So we have this super distorted buildings. So at first you do it pretty slow, but then it's like you just need to make sure you make it right. So you need to be careful at first, but then it became easier and easier. You do it more freely. Так, again here. And I even can make like with a different vanishing points. If it's like here. Так. And so I also make all this video with a breakdown of perspective, because it's just like very fun way to practice these grids when you draw your favorite artist's works or your favorite kind of references. It can be some cool subject reference, like some screenshot from a movie or some photograph with extreme perspective. So it's like it's a challenging but also fun. So it's not like very dry kind of art school homework. It should be like a certain drive in this work, in this process. So let's see here. Mm-hmm. Maybe I do another post this advertisement here. Maybe here, small one. Here's a vehicle. It's too small compared to motorcycle. Let's make it bigger. Here's some dude. Huh. And I can make here like small lane go in this direction. Let's go wild. Yahoo! Yeah. So here we have this like a narrow corridor. Welcome to the jungle. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. The jungle. Welcome to the jungle. La-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la-la-la. Suck. Oh, it will be crazy. It's like maybe on the pencil it's not clear yet. So, but it will be wild. Here's like small shop. Some people here. And here's some people. So let's just see. Who's this dude? Maybe make him run. It's like run. Dun, 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 dun. Try to make this meme sounds just like this. That's all Canada. So, and here is also this case when drawing boxes in different angles helps a lot just to understand, like, let's say body, right? Like, just knowing, like, here I show him back, here's like a neck from here, then camera like right above him, or his body like towards camera top of his body, and here is like body this way, right? And same you can attach head like this boxes with a certain angle, so it's like 45 angle here, 40 on this angle here, kind of. You see what I'm talking about? And so you use this box logic, crayons, cubes for drawing people figures. So, так. Let's see here. He's running. Running. Yes. Here's some other character. What's happening? Ah, 5-second break.
Madness. This is Jane Bond art. So interesting. Like, can you see commercial breaks? Is there like advertising and during stream? Maybe like I'm talking very interesting part and there is like advertising right in the middle. Let's make a little cyberpunk musical. Cyberpunk musical. Cyberpunk. Think.
So here we have this wheel, then follow grid. It will be this smooth kind of here. Then we have here. So same, you see like how this structure of fisheye perspective bent in a different camera angle. Same with all these 3D objects. Like if you practice to draw them in a normal, even like linear perspective, like these boxes, tubes, wheels, spheres, then it will be easy for you to draw them in a curved perspective, because all you need to do is to draw like a normal object with a certain angle plus little distortion. So it's kind of, you make it like little bend, like little bended following perspective grid. It's like, let's say if we have this kind of linear perspective grid like this. So in this linear perspective grid, this 45 angle cube will be like that, right? But if you have this kind of situation, let's say, so let's try to find here. So here will be this kind of 45 or it's little like 35 maybe angle here. But you see my point. It's like same kind of box, same kind of angle, just with a little distortion following grid, curvilinear grid. So it's kind of this nuance secret of drawing complex perspective. It's rely on your previous, more basic, more essential practice. Like more you have practice of like usual type of perspective, like less extreme, more easy for you will be draw extreme perspective, because it's kind of same with distortion. Here too was a suitcase.
Who is this dude? Maybe make him glasses too. Running with the glasses. Some kind of spy story here. Crazy, groovy, crazy perspective. Da-da-da-da-da.
Let's love together! Push like, subscribe, keep on art. Keep on art. Keep on art. Let's love together! Push like, subscribe, keep on art, keep on art. Keep on art. Keep on art.
Так, try and even draw here how the open door for this car. Here we have character. Kind of leaning on the roof and a door. Maybe some kind of, let's try to it. Like Cyberpunk police. No, detective. And he holds this radio. We have a gang activity in your street. And he's this partner. What? Faster. Uh, okay, let's make them more dangerous. So he hold here some kind of stick. Here's some air conditioners. Maybe one air conditioner here too. Some posters on the wall. Scratches. Yeah. Some trash containers in a small lane. And some maybe boxes, crates. Crates with random stuff. Vegetable crates. And again, some posters on the wall. Some mess. Here can be like carp. So it's here. Yeah. So So let's see here. Let's do one more like billboard advertising here. More like Asian vibes. Bangkok, Hong Kong, Tokyo maybe. Definitely. In Taiwan, have a lot of this. Actually, yeah, remind. Right now there is some experimental feature. You can push button, hype this video. Let me know in the comments if you see this button. Maybe it only work for people from Taiwan. If you in Taiwan or in Brazil, you should see this button under my video. Like when you push like, there should be like a hype button. So you can make my video trendy on YouTube. Let's see here. Some more. Oh, now start to look like hypnotizing. Ooh. Yeah, definitely. Why I love perspective. It's a cool composition tool to create mind-blowing effects, to kind of enhance this power of your composition, kind of magnify. So sometimes like when you don't know how to compose, you can just play around with the angles and the type of perspective. Let's this. So if you beginner in perspective, I have playlist perspective for beginners. You can go there and very helpful tutorials will make you improve very fast if you follow my recommendations. They even homework for you. If you became member of my channel, you can join my Discord, and in Discord you can show your drawings, you can show your perspective studies, and I will give you feedback.
Так. And also have Gumroad. On a Gumroad have some tutorials. Так. Some more for cycles here. Like there are tutorials for urban sketching, especially. This is my strongest part. I'm mostly experienced in outdoor sketching. So I have some tutorials on Gumroad about urban sketching, like some for beginners, some beginners tip, and also advanced tips for artists who want to get to some new dimensions of urban sketching, I share my experience already about 20 years of drawing outdoors. I've been like 10 years in a row. I've been like full-time travel artist and drawing all this stuff. Like every day drawing different streets. It's my like super passion in drawing outdoors. So I have a lot of insights, and some of them very advanced. It's like very in depth. And I'm also working on a book right now to kind of share it in the form of a book about how to draw environments. It's like a very interesting thing is like so much about composition more than you think. Perspective is just one element of it. Most important is composition. Так. See. Should I maybe make here? Let's do like this. Didn't even. It's horizon line. Let's do here. Small billboard. Here.
It's some kind of ambient occlusion. So just some light and dark grays to make it more clear. It's too much details. Так. What's this one? Just I like car here. Так, let's see. Let's make it police car. Так. So here is like freeway.
Mhm. It's like police SUV. Так, so here. Some other so make two similar police cars. So it's like fish eye police chase in a cyberpunk. Here. Here we have second freeway. So like this. And then here was the crossroad. So here's like here. Second building. And they're like, we.
how to write in English sound of a siren for a police car. It's like kind of this view, view. Shit. Here's go this way.
Ecco. So it's kind of line, maybe like trauma team. And here's dude with a machine gun. It's like, so Cyberpsycho. So also, let's do this for freedom. So even in cyberpunk, there is lamp poles along the freeway. Так, let's draw some vehicles. So even try to draw people here. Tangent.
Так. Now it's little curve on this part here. So it will be not so boring building. To be a little fancy.
Maybe here some car parking. Some people walking. Zebra. Definitely easier to draw these details on a bigger size. But this is just a study and demonstration. Because like bigger size will take like twice time. Just take too long time to finish. It's also kind of feature of traditional media I like is that even if I have this desire to zoom, yeah, I can't. So here's limit to size of work. So I cannot go too much into details.
Let's try going like landscape just goes to infinity. So super mega city. Let's try real sound. without music, hard to draw some action. It's good also exercise for your neck. The perspective. think same here, kind of road goes to infinity. Maybe we can make some fancy buildings. Mhm.
Some cars. Front. Okay, yes, like I need some inclined buildings for cyberpunk, like this. Okay. So here, yeah, here also can make inclined building like this. Yeah, more fancy silhouettes. Yeah, this is just kind of see just some improvisation. I took this reference photo, I extract perspective grid, and now I draw my own stuff, just kind of improvising. So if I better prepare for this, I can make a little more accurate. So it's in general a good practice. It's not only practice of perspective, but also what I like in such practice. It's teach me to feel this balance between loose drawing and proper drawing, like because there is one extreme when you very loose and you lose in all construction, and other side when you're too serious, too technical, and you lose this kind of free joy of a drawing process. So with these studies, I make it very relaxed, so I don't have any requirements. Like, no, I mean, like, I don't want to make exhibition with these drawings. It just should be convincingly kind of good enough. It should be like we should see here space in perspective. We should recognize some objects like, okay, here's vehicle, here's building, and I just try to make it as fun as possible without much pressure. So it's also kind of this exercise to find my own balance. So then, when I want or when I need, I can, like press these two different pedals, like make it more technical or make it more loose. Like if I want, it's like can make more loose. If I need to be more technical, I will like slow down and being like more technical. Так. But whole process exactly same like when you work on your illustration or comic book frame. Most likely you will use some reference for inspiration or for details, for maybe like perspective idea, maybe you want. So like this one, it's a stop frame from a video.
So you can have some video and just push stop and analyze what kind of perspective they have for this composition. Так. Small truck. Oh, my leg lost in blood. Cat arrive. Good, 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 good. Wow. You see, I wake up before cat. Why it's so dark? Or it's okay, not so dark. It woke up, walk around house, saw like there's nobody in home. And they find this, I see it drawing. And very happy. Meow, 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 meow. This cat like a dog. Very, very friendly. Так. Like company. Так, so let's see. Here we can make like a bridge. Or no, like another level of a road. Like this. Let's do it like this. Mhm.
Much. Hmm. Here.
Mhm. Okay, so kind of this. Some examples of how this perspective grid can be applied. Here we can have some street view, some cyberpunk stuff. You can watch from beginning to see what I'm talking about if you not start from beginning of the stream. So check out my other videos. There are a lot of about different kind of fisheye perspective, about perspective for beginners, and breakdowns of master artists like Katsuhiro Otomo, Masamune Shiro, Tsutomu Nihei. So you can see what kind of perspectives they use. So you can also make this kind of psychedelic, crazy perspective environments. So thank you for watching.
Let's not together! Push like, so